District 1, Mr. Jeter.
Here.
District 2, Ms. Glover.
Here.
District 3, Mr. Skeen.
Here.
District 4, Mr. Bricky.
Here.
District 5, Mr. Castile.
Here.
District 6, Mr. Manus.
Here.
And at large, Ms. Addington.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Good deal. Has everyone had a chance to look over the agenda? Are there any additions?
Mr. Chairman, we have one adjustment. Mr. Kilgore will not be able to be here to give his report for Economic Development Authority.
Okay.
Item 14.
Item 14 is,
He asked to be moved to the June meeting.
okay. All right. Any other changes? I need a motion to approve. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll make that,
Go ahead.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. All right, the amended agenda is, everybody vote by way of saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sorry, it's been a little bit since we've been back in. Has everyone been able to look over the minutes for both the April 2nd and the April 14th meeting? Are there any additions, changes, amendments of any sort? No? Do I have a motion to approve
I'll
both?
make that motion to approve those.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, second. Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next is citizens' expression. I have a little bit here to read. Citizens' expression is a point in the meeting when anyone who wishes to address the board may do so. If you wish to speak, please come to the podium, state your name, where you're from in the county, or what organization you represent. The board may or may not respond to anything you say, but we will take everything you say into account when making future decisions. Please keep your comments concise and businesslike and mind our 5-minute timer. If no one has signed up to speak, we have no particular order. We ask that you take turns and speak your business. Any action will be considered by the board will be considered after we close citizen expression. This morning we have Bobby Powers, who signed up to be first for citizens expression. If you would come up, Ms. Powers.
Good morning, Board.
Morning, Ms. Powers.
I'm formally submitting this complaint regarding the unprofessional and retaliatory remarks made by Board Member Stephanie Addington during March's Board of Supervisors meeting. During her public comment, Ms. Addington directly targeted me, a private citizen, stating that some people should pay their taxes. These statements were wholly inappropriate, unprofessional, and I believe to constitute an abuse of office. They appear to be intended to silence a lawful citizen's participation, discourage and intimidate the general public from exercising their First Amendment rights. Specifically, I request the following actions be taken: a formal investigation into the statements made by Ms. Addington, disciplinary action or censure for the behavior unbecoming a Board of Supervisors member, a formal public apology for Ms. Addington for using her position to target private citizens, clear policies established preventing county officials from using public meetings to attack citizens critical of county operations. Public officials are expected to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, fairness, and accountability. Speaking of accountability, I was made aware of the possible illegal behavior involving expired inspection stickers for several county trash trucks. I emailed those pictures along with the information about a wreck on Blackwater to Tina. I don't know if you could show them on the screens today. I asked for them to be shown.
If you have any pictures, you're more than welcome to email them to the board or pass out.
I did. I emailed them to Tina earlier
We received
yesterday,
them.
day before yesterday. Along with possible deaf devices being removed from the county trash trucks as well. I included I've lost track. I was also made aware that the alleged wreck was not reported and no accident report was filed. I believe the employee driving that vehicle was terminated and legal representation has been retained. Why were the stickers expired and 24 were not updated? Either money for the maintenance on the truck was not budgeted for, or it was misapplied. And if that's the case, why was that not remedied in 2025? Why were funds not set aside and budgeted for the maintenance of these trucks in 2025 and this mistake caught in 2025? When I suggested in February's meeting to Ms. Starnes that the county employees be paid twice a month instead of once, she said another position would have to be created to do that much payroll. And when I suggested her assistant Bill Dingus to do it, she said that was ludicrous. That was her word, ludicrous. If you can't do accounting, Mr. Dingus, how can you be expected to maintain the financial budget of the entire county? If you can't keep the maintenance records on the trucks correct, how are we expected to trust you to run the county? You've been over that department for how many years, Mr. Dingus? And the concept of inspection stickers aren't new to you, right? The money that went to maintain these trucks need to be looked at. The cost of the tow trucks having to come out to retrieve that trash truck cost the county money. Insurance liabilities, everything needs to be looked at. I have to urge the board today to look into these matters before appointing anyone into the county administrator position to ensure the highest standards in the county administration. Addressing the taxes, we need to trim the fat first. We pay the taxes to support enrollment of children from Tennessee. Yes, the state provides supplemental funding for their attendance, but what is the percentage that county residents are paying to keep Tennessee children in attendance in Scott County? We could cut the litter control position and dog catcher position and assign those duties to our deputies. Instead of bringing the prisoners over from the Duffield Jail to the Sally Port for court hearings, we could do it online. The fat has to be trimmed. The online audit states that they found 4 material weakness findings and 1 non-compliance material findings between pages 153 through 156, but those pages aren't online. I'm requesting a full copy of the audit along with the management referral letter they submitted. And the county will see by each one of your votes if you are loyal to the betterment of Scott County or loyal to Bill Dingus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Peggy Tice, I believe you're next.
Good morning, Peggy Tice from Snowflake Road, and I'm here, it's complaining time again about dirt roads, and dirt roads are what they are, and they're hard on vehicles and buses, and with spring and summer coming on, we'll be calling VDOT for dust control and bushes, but we want to thank VDOT for all the help that they do for us. And I probably need an update on the many miles of dirt road in Scott County, because I've been saying 250 miles in Scott County, and I've been saying that for years, so I probably need an update on that. And I hope and pray that Mr. Terry Kilgore, is working on getting more money allotted for dirt roads. And I want to thank you all for all that the hard work that you all do. And keep Snowflake Road on 6-year plan. And y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Tice. We appreciate you. Blake Lawson.
Morning. I'm Blake Lawson. I live on Fraleytown Road, Duffield, Virginia. My address is 669, actually, on Fraleytown, and I'm right there where the bridge closure is. My biggest concern is I'm coming to you all to keep the bridge closed. Our whole community, I've talked to everybody that is in direct correlation, that lives directly on the road. They do not want it open as well. It is cut down on drugs. It's kept our community safe. We don't have all the ignorance, mischief that we had when the bridge was open. Like, for example, I had a lot of people come flying by my property. I've had them try to drift the curve. They've knocked out the back glass of my car. I've had drunk drivers coming through. I've been hit standing on the edge of the road and actually had to jump over the bank. I've had people break into my house and destroy completely everything that's in my house and have to rebuild. We've had people come by the house, flip the bird, just yell, fuss, cuss, everything, just because they're high, they're drunk, whatever. Since the bridge has been closed, and I could keep going on with things that's happened over and over and over, because we've had a lot of problems down through there. But I've talked to every single person that's been on the road that lives there or has a piece of a farm that joins it. They don't want it open either. It's become safer. We actually don't have no traffic. The drugs have dramatically dropped, especially on our side. We've had zero problems. You don't have people walking by. You don't have just all times of the night, people coming, making drug drops, pickups, things like that. Going up, jiggling doorknobs. You don't have to worry about none of that stuff anymore. It has become a lot safer. And I've got names of everybody that is directly on our road. The only person that said it didn't really matter to was Dakota Pearson. He said it didn't matter because he's got access to both sides. But he said the biggest thing is that his trailer, he has to bring it and turn it on my side. That's it. But every single person on our road that lives directly on it does not want it, except for one I did not get to talk to, and I couldn't get a hold of her. But out of the 10 houses, 10 of 11, or 11, 10 of the 11 houses that's there, they don't want it open. So it's become a lot safer. I have a 2-year-old daughter. That's my biggest concern. I'll do what I can to protect her. I've had a lot of people, just me pulling up into my driveway, parked in my driveway, cuss me out just because I'm trying to get into my driveway. People don't realize actually how bad that place is whenever the bridge was open. I've been there going on 11 years. So I've seen the changes all the way up to where the bridge has finally been closed. And the big differences. So you've got the good and the bad. I've seen both. I got to see years of it. Well, the biggest outweighs, everybody outside of the community. They may want it open. That might be their shortcut. Well, for 2.5 years, you ain't had no problems. They've been driving that. It ain't hurt them none. And what have we had in those 2.5 years? Safety. We ain't had to worry about it. We've had people actually come through, drift the curb, run off into my yard. We've had drunk drivers slip over the fence up there on the property lines. We've had people try to jump the bridge. They've wrecked. We've had people drifting the curbs and dead centered the bridge before as well, and tore the I-beams have come out to the middle of the car. So there's been all kinds of stuff that's happened. The biggest thing is, you don't never know. You're out there and somebody's coming flying by, you're on a dirt road, gravel road, they ain't gonna be able to stop. My 2-year-old daughter does not understand the concept of a road at this moment, and neither does all the other small kids that was over there. I've had brothers, there's the youngest one between me and my youngest is 21 years. So I've had him over at the house since he was a little thing. So since I've lived there, we've had kids. I've had to fuss, I've had to stop people. I've had people throw beer bottles as they come running through there. I've had people throw out trash, knowing that we're right there and watching us and everything. People don't have no respect for anything. If they would slow down, it wouldn't bother me. But they're not going to, because I've been there for 11 years and I've seen the difference. Also, she's talking about VDOT. Our state maintenance is not of anything on there. We might have had one truck come through and actually just scrape. I got great neighbors. If it wasn't for my neighbors using their own personal equipment, their own money, everything else to help Dakota Pearson, then my road would be 12 pieces. Because it doesn't matter if we call, complain, whatever, they do not come and help us. We're a forgotten road. And with the bridge closed, hopefully we can stay that way. We won't have to worry about the drugs and our whole community can stay safe.
Your time's up, Mr. Lawson.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes, sir.
One of the concerns is about people, like over in the purchase area, getting to Duffield, maybe use that road to go to work. Is there alternatives to that, or is that normally what they do when that bridge was open?
Whenever the bridge was open, they would come through there. But ever since then, they've went Purchase Ridge, turned on to Pattinsville, and it's 3 minutes, tops more. So it's not that great of a difference. Now, I could see if it was like 10, 15 minutes cut
Right.
time. It's only like 3 minutes, and it's all blacktop. They can go a lot faster, and they can actually stick to the road.
One other thing, if a road dead ends, it changes in our ordinance as far as the 911 system, is that addressing. So it's possible that we'd have to rename that road, like Fraleytown South, Fraleytown North, or something like that. And it would be a lane instead of a road.
Correct.
Road indicates that it connects to other roads.
Mhm.
So that might be some inconvenience to the people on the road if we were to, or the board goes that route.
Right.
Just
Wow.
FYI. FYI on that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. But like I asked all these people, I said, when I came up to them, I said, do you want the bridge open or do you want it closed? And they could tell me which one they wanted. Because if they didn't want it open, I was gonna put them down and say, this person didn't want it open. But these are all people that is directly tied to the road. So they live right on the road or they have farmland that connects right to the road. So they're always on it, on the tractors, the trailers, stuff like that. So that was the biggest thing, is I wanted to get the people that actually live right there.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
I got a meeting at 9:30, we're gonna make this quick, y'all.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Casey Fioramonte, I'm the Scott County 4-H agent, I've been here for about 10 years now, and you all have supported me the entire time, so I'm here to say thank you. Usually I bring my bundles of joy that are graduating, however this year I just ran out of time to connect with them, but we do have some youth in Scott County that have been involved in 4-H that are graduating this year. There's 2 that's been extremely involved, and then 1 that's been like, yeah, you know, she's been involved, but not like as much as the other. So anyway, I'm gonna give you a real quick recap of 2024 of the youth that I was able to serve with the support that you all give me each year. So last year, I served 1,802 youth, and that's roughly like 46.5% of the population that's registered as under 18 in Scott County. And by serving, that means that they've received at least 6 hours of programming time. And so during in-school stuff, there's we. So me and Lisa Berry, who's the FNEP, and she focuses on like food safety and food health for youth. So we tag team. So this is under the 4-H umbrella. So we served 1,371 youth in school, and then 385 youth for after school. There were 16 youth involved in clubs and 299 youth for summer camps or specialty camps. This year, or last year rather, 4-H did have some international experiences. I had a family that hosted an international exchange student from Chile, and then I also had 2 4-H members that were able to travel to the Dominican Republic to do service learning projects. As far as national and state experiences, there was a Scott County member that was selected from Virginia, or from Scott County, to represent Virginia in Atlanta, Georgia at the National 4-H conference that they do down there. There were 20 delegates from Virginia that went to Washington, D.C. to be representatives of Virginia, and out of those 20, 2 of them were from Scott County. There were two kids that I had qualified for a national contest in Dallas, Texas, and when they qualified and we went there, one of them it was a team-based competition. One got 7th place and the other got 10th place. Just going through all the highlights here. And district involvement, I do have two kids that volunteer at the Southwest Virginia 4-H Center on a district level, where they are like teen representatives for our district and they plan events. And last, alumni involvement. So this past year in 2024, we had an alum that was selected out of 24 college students nationally to be a representative at a national conference that took place in DC for 4-H. And I've had alum that have been working at the 4-H Center during the summer. And then this past year, one of our alum took on a board of directors position at the Southwest Virginia 4-H Center. I'm really big in my programming with trying to get them civically engaged and taking on these leadership roles, so that one day, you know, they'll want to be where you all are. And so I try to like educate them in that way. That's about all that I have. Thank you again. Sorry that I don't have kids here with me because they're more fun to listen to, but you know, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Christy Farmer. I'm here today representing the town of Dungannon and the Special Events Committee. I'm here to ask for a donation for our annual 4th of July event. The amount of donation we would like to have would be $1,000. This year we are making a major change to our 4th of July. Typically it's an all-day event from 11 a.m. till fireworks at night. After reviewing the past several years, we just don't get the people out all day. So we are starting the parade at 4 p.m. and then running everything consecutively to hopefully keep everybody there to have something to do. And then we'll end with the fireworks show around 9:45. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Do you need this letter?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning, Board. I'm Catherine Stallard, and I've groomed cats and dogs for 25 years. I'm retired now. Lifetime animal lover. I want to give you a little background about, I guess, the relationship with Bill Denis and Animal Control and me after I moved into Scott County. It started with 4 horses left joining my property, and the owner never came back to feed or water. And my husband is as much of an animal lover as I am, so he had a barn full of square bale hay, and he started feeding the horses. And I called every week trying to get something done. And when there was a dead horse in the field, John Puckett finally got somebody up there, and they moved him into Russell County. But then it was all over Gate City, like my husband was the villain for feeding the horses the hay. And then next was in 2022, a neighbor was renting a junkie trailer beside of me, and he moved off and left 3 dogs locked in that trailer. And we could see one of them through the end window and barking. So I started calling. I try to go the legal route instead of going and breaking a window and stealing a dog, which I've been accused of doing, stealing people's dogs. But I called, and Jake came up and put a note on the door. And I told him, I said, they've been gone 5 days. They've never come back. So I got the owner of the trailer up there to unlock the door. I had pictures of where they had eaten the linoleum off the floor, the black toilet that they had been drinking out of, how bony they were. And so for 6 months, I would get up and get dressed and come to the courthouse for court. Jake would tell me when it was going to be. And then finally I have a text from him saying that I would have to be subpoenaed. He wanted my address so he could send a subpoena. I gave him my address. Well, I waited, I called back, called Bill Denis. He said that case has already been heard. So they went, instead of me being able to show my pictures and testify about what the boy had done, the case was heard without me. So I've not had very good rapport with Animal Control and Bill Denis. And as far as the guy coming to my house after I spoke about his animals behind the Snowflake store, and then Michelle, after I speak, then Bill says, didn't you have him at your house for a job? Well, 2 years earlier, he had given the lady I stay with the number and said, if y'all ever need any work done, call me. Well, I did call him, and he came up there and saw it was really work, busting up a sidewalk, and he did about 50 miles an hour on my driveway. I never saw him again. But that was 2 years ago. And as far as them watching YouTube and watching this live, I don't think that couple was watching the meeting. But, and both of them said that Jake had come up there to their house after the meeting, and I don't think they had any reason to lie about it. But then when I went to talk to Kyle and Dan about them coming to my house, they even brought up how my husband, my evil husband, had fed those horses some hay. So, it was, and that happened 10 years ago. But now, today I'm here because I've had 4 different people. They always contact me. And I need to know where I can go to see what's on public record that goes on at the shelter. Because last week I got a message that 2 dogs were put to sleep for space, but there was 2 empty kennels at the shelter. And then I got another message from somebody else and said, not only those 2, but then 6 more. And then I said, well, now, are you meaning those 2 and then 4 more as a total of 6? Or are you meaning 2 and then 6 as a total of 8? Do you know what the total was that was killed last week, Bill?
No, ma'am.
Is there any way I can find out?
Sure.
Where do I go to find that out?
We could ask animal control, they keep, records on any.
But there's no public records?
Well,
Like,
it would be a public record.
where would I go to see that public record?
You could FOIA that record and we could get the information to you.
I could do what?
FOIA, Freedom of Information Act,
Okay.
yeah, just ask for it, basically. And we'll, there's a process that, we would provide you that information.
Well, and I also got a message that of the dogs that were killed, there's been dogs there for a year that weren't killed.
Right.
And these were friendly dogs. So I need to get that information.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take this right now as a FOIA request and
Okay.
try to get you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dowd. Anyone else for public comments?
Gary Baker, Boozy Creek. I asked a lot of people up there elderly about the tax increase, and they all wanted me to ask you all to please try to figure out some way to keep them from having to raise taxes on them. And as far as VDOT, them guys are doing a good job on Boozy Creek, getting the culverts and all the side ditches cleaned out. I hope we don't get in trouble with the EPA. Maybe this new man in Washington will take care of the EPA and get rid of them. But anyway, if y'all want to help VDOT, I would suggest that you contact the lady, the lieutenant governor that's running for governor, Mrs. Sears, and I can't pronounce that other lady's name, is running on the other ticket, but either one of them, if you see them, jump on them and tell them, look, put that on the priority and get it restored to back the way it was back in the old days. Because we know how VDOT took care of their roads back when they had the money and the equipment to take care of it. And I mean, I think they're doing what they're working with. They do a good job. And the contractors that well, I ain't gonna get on that. But anyway, I think I'm gonna throw this in. I think Bill Dingus would be a great asset to our county, and he would help save money with this job. Because, well, you all know more about that than I do, but about cutting back salaries and stuff, so. Anyway, Bill, I want to put in my good word on behalf of your daddy and mama. They were good friends of mine. Thank you all. I still got 2 minutes behind.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Anyone else for public comment? All right, if that's it, then we'll close public comment. We had several actions come up from this. Ms. Farmer requested a 4th of July donation of $1,000 for the city of Dungannon. I don't think we have that in our contingency at this point, given what is coming out for.
Social services, we have $35,000 left in the contingency, but we had earmarked so much for social services that would go down as it got closer to the end of the budget year. But I don't have that difference for you right now.
Can we get that difference by next meeting? I mean, the next meeting will be in June. That'll
Right.
still give them plenty of time to
Yeah.
prepare. And maybe if we can line out some extra or additional
Right.
funds. So, yeah. Yeah, let's find that out and let's see how much we've got left in there. Mr. Lawson, for closing Fraleytown Road, do we want to proceed with a public hearing on that matter? Or,
Some discussion.
yeah,
I did have some comments on that last time. I don't have the dates, but as I recall, the
there were no requests for police assistance during the period he's referring to. I think there's maybe one person that was arrested for intoxication at the bridge. But other than that, I checked with 911, there have been no request for police assistance.
For what dates is that?
I think it's in the minutes, I don't
Okay,
have it, I can check back, but I don't,
okay,
it's during the period he's referring to.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, when I could throw out just a little bit of an update, about that, perhaps that would be a little more valuable to you than before you take any action.
Okay, so is everyone okay to wait till the VDOT
Yes.
presentation to take any action on that? Okay. Peggy Tice, and then Bobby Powers. Is there anything that we wanted to come out of that?
I'll go ahead and address the inspection stickers. That's a legitimate concern if a citizen sees one of our trucks with an outdated inspection sticker. That's my responsibility. I do delegate that to as far as keeping up with it, to our solid waste manager and the truck drivers. When they do their morning pre-trip inspection, should notice that. So when that came to my attention, I wrote a memo reiterating that process to my solid waste supervisor and the truck drivers to make sure they take note of that if they see a sticker coming up, to alter the route that day to go get an updated sticker. A memo of that sort is our normal directive type communications, especially when I'm talking to a whole sub-department or department. All of our trucks currently that are on the road have updated inspection stickers. We do have two that has been under repair. One of them went out in April, and the other one has a sticker that will need to be got when it gets back on the road. But a lot of times that will occur. We'll have a truck, it goes out and the sticker expires. Not making excuses, it's just one of those things that when it's brought to my attention, we address it.
Where do drivers stop to get a sticker on?
We have to, currently we have to go to Powers Garage on the other side of Dungannon.
Okay.
Which is, out there pretty good, but we don't have a lot of opportunities. For our Packer trucks, our roll-off trucks, we can go to the bus garage.
Okay.
They can't get the Packer trucks in the garage up there, and so they can't do the stickers on them.
Okay. And that's just because they need larger space to
Yes.
do those?
Yeah, they're like 13 feet tall.
Yeah.
And, they just don't, the bus garage is made for buses. As far as the DEF components, we had two trucks, the 2014, 2018, that we couldn't keep running. And after several attempts of changing components and working on the DEF, we had to delete it just to get the trucks running until we can figure out what is needed to make them run with the DEF system. Now, the components on the truck was not removed. It's merely the computer telling it to use those components. Once we figure out the fix for it, it's reversible, and we'll do it again. But we were making a decision of whether to park those trucks and not pick up the trash, or do that and be able to operate while we find out. There's a number of, I'm not a mechanic, but there's a number of issues that happens with the DEF systems. It's not exclusively a Scott County problem. You can talk to just about any truck driver out there about some issues with that. But it's a reversible thing, and we have 8 trucks, it's 2 of them that we're talking about, and it was just to keep them on the road.
How much did you all spend before you decided to do that?
I don't have an exact total number, but it was, the mechanic said they had attempted several attempts, and it was like $4,000 a time. So, it's not, and we went through a series of fixes that, didn't seem to help, so. But we have the other trucks, you know, the new truck, the 20, their systems are working fine thus far, so. We've went through the evolution of DEF on those trucks. The systems have gotten better over the years. They're more reliable, but, you know, some of the older trucks, not so much, you know. She mentioned the wreck and no report. When I was informed of the wreck, that the truck had went off the road and into a ditch, you know, I asked, was there anybody else involved? And there wasn't. Was there any injury? There were no injury reported. So we focused on getting a hold of the record service to get them out. There was also no need for traffic control. It wasn't on one of the main highways or anything like that that would cause people to have to put themselves in harm's way to get around it. So that's why, well, I do an incident report for every incident, not just accidents, that I have on file that is available. Any questions on that?
Can I make a suggestion? Just throw this out there.
Mhm.
When it is inspection time and the drivers do see that their inspection stickers are getting ready to expire, is it possible to let the mechanic take the truck and get it inspected, as well as doing an inspection on hand himself? He could drop the truck there and make sure that it's functioning correctly, driving properly, and do a second inspection, like a check and balance system.
That's possible. You know, a lot of times our mechanics haven't to drive lately because we're down some drivers. And time-wise, it's more efficient for the driver
For the driver
to go out. And these are CDL drivers. You know, they had to test on doing an inspection for a truck to get their CDL license. So they're professionals and can tell that. But there may be cases. I think there's one of them that he was working on. He'll be taken today. I think he was going to get it fixed today, so he will be taking it. You know, on the situation. The key thing is for the drivers to note that while it's coming, and you know, be a month ahead and alter the route, which sometimes that's tough. I mean, it's 6 days a week just picking up the trash, but that's something that we got to do.
Anything else coming out of public expression?
Ms. Powers, or Ms. Tice asked about the number of miles of roads. I think it's 256, and Mr. Sumter can confirm that, but I think that is 256. And to Ms. Dallard, Ms. CE is the one that would do the FOIA request that Mr. Dingus mentioned. So you said it already, you want to make sure that happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her asking for it right there is fine.
Bill, there, or y'all through there?
Yes.
Okay. You said we was down drivers up there
Mhm.
on the trash trucks. When do you think that we can get some more drivers? Cause I know the mechanic, he's been having to drive
Right.
and try and keep the trucks up too. I mean, how many drivers are we down?
We're down 2 right now. One of our drivers had to stop driving because of medical issue. I think I've talked to y'all about that. And then another one was let go. So we're working out when we can hire. I did hire a driver just last week, I think 2 weeks, that has been doing good. So now as soon as we can, and, you know, we may talk a little bit about that in the budget, because it's, some of it is budget issue on whether or not I have that position or not to do. So, yeah, it's, and on the one that we let go, we're going through a grievance process that he's entitled to, and I don't want to replace that job until that grievance issue is resolved, which hopefully that'll be within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, that's everything. We'll move on to public hearings.
No.
We don't have one,
No,
I'm sorry.
we don't have one.
Unfinished business, 6-year plan, Mr. Alan Sutton. Please.
That would give it some insight.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning. So I'm on the agenda to talk about the 6-year plan, and since I'm here, if it's okay with the board, I'll just kind of just give a little bit of update to you, try to get through things as quick as we can here. Trying to get in my mind, I guess, the order of things here that's coming up to talk about. So I'll just go ahead and touch on the bridge there at Fraleytown. So the bridge that was existing there becomes structurally deficient. It was identified a few years ago, and it came up and was approved for replacement in the funding. However, as the funding occurred, the funding was not until fiscal year 26. So I was trying to think back, some of you were here and part of the previous board, we had discussions about the type of bridge to put back there. And so in order to reduce having to put a big footprint and get right-of-way and greater impacts there, the decision was made to go back with a one-lane structure, similar to the one that was there. But the structure would be built such that it would not have any weight limits on it, and it would be legal load on it, but it would just be one lane wide. So our design staff from the district has been proceeding in that direction to design that based upon what was given as a construction advertisement time of 2026. I recently checked on the status of the bridge, and I was told by our district bridge engineer that they were going to require some temporary easements in order to be able to construct it. And those are obtained by our right-of-way division, which that would be done. He said that phase would start in July of this year in order to obtain those easements. So with that, what I'm hearing today, I intend to go back and have discussions with him about that there's some desire by some folks to have the bridge remain closed. The process that would have to occur with that, as you mentioned, for one, would have to entail a public hearing by the county to allow an advertisement to be taken place, to receive comments from all sides. And then, of course, we would have to have a decision weighed in by this board about your desire to on how to move forward with that. said, I need to go back and have some discussion, because I'm not completely sure of all the impacts of just doing that at this time, because we have been in the design phase. Now, I don't want anyone to take this as panic or anything like that, but I will say that I have seen in my years and tenure with VDOT that different things can happen with projects, and if there's already been a commitment going forward to that, and then there's been funds expended that, and then a sudden reverse on decision on that, a locality may be asked to contribute, money back toward the expenses that have already occurred as part of that design process. I don't know that that's for certain. Those are unique situations, but if you understand, those are questions that I need to ask if we go forward with that. The other question that I think that comes into play is, and I'm somewhat familiar with the road, is whether or not we're talking about the abandonment of the, just the bridge or the entire roadway. I guess that would be a question that we would have too. If we were just talking about an abandonment of the bridge, we would have to have some permanent means worked out of having like a turnaround established at where the bridge is now. I think that we're kind of doing some temporary things that are there now, but right-of-way is limited, so something would have to be worked out to have a formal turnaround. I'm not saying it'd have to be a big cul-de-sac or anything like that, but there has to be a dedicated spot put out for a turnaround there with that. So if it's something that you want to act on today to have a public hearing for it, I don't discourage that at all. I think that what I'm just thinking about as I'm standing here is that if it is possible to stop the reconstruction of the bridge, that we're gonna have to probably get some decision at some point pretty quickly before we actually go into a right-of-way phase where that they may be paying people for temporary easements and so forth there with that. And that's things that I will do my homework on. I will be back here in June in the next part of the 6-year plan, but I can try to get that information before then, and then also try to get it to Mr. Dingus as quickly as I know that, so that he can disperse that information to you. Does that sound okay?
So
I'm sorry I don't have all the answers, but each one of these are a unique situation. But I was just trying to illustrate the point about talking about the expenses, that there's a lot of questions that have to be asked at this point.
Is the board okay with tabling that item until the next meeting when Mr. Sumter can get us some more information back on it?
Go ask your questions.
Okay, yeah, I will.
Do you understand that, Blake?
And I guess that is a question that I have. Are you talking about just the bridge, or are you talking about wanting the entire road through there?
Just the bridge, or from my mailbox to the main drive mailboxes, whatever would be.
Okay. Do you own the area that we would be talking about, have to try to come up with a turnaround?
On the left side of the road, that whole.
Okay.
So I would have to, there's another road that stops, across the road.
Yeah. You understand what I'm talking about there, would have to have something formalized for, okay, all right. Okay, well, I will certainly ask as many questions as I can, bear with it, and see what answers I get back, and I will report that back to you. Okay? Sound good? Okay, so on other items other than the 6-year plan that I will touch base on for you, is I did give you a little report here of some main items that I thought were important to bring to you there. So the first part of that report is entitled Permanent Repair Sites. As we all know, we had a flood in February, and we had a lot of small sites, debris cleanup. We've accomplished the bigger part of that. And then we had 9 sites that needed to be, have permanent repairs. And there was a declaration made that we could get reimbursement, FEMA and FHWA on qualified roads for the repairs. And VDOT has been working with those agencies in order to try to get everything set up with the documentation so that we can do that. We have a limited time when they give their approval with a declaration for us to be able to get 100% reimbursement on repairs. And by instruction from our central office, we've been ordered to try to get those repairs done within that window time frame so that we can get that reimbursement from those. So we have 9 sites here in Scott County that we're needing repair. 4 of them are in progress up on High Knob, Osborne Ridge, Quarter Bottom, and River Bluff. 2 sites have been completed on Angler's Way and Water's Edge, and 3 sites that are waiting for work, 2 of them on Hunters Valley and 1 on Greens Chapel Road. Okay, we are using a combination of both hired equipment and state forces to be able to accomplish that work, and they're trying to get those things done. So with that being said, with the time frames, with the debris cleanup and things that we've had there with that, our crews have been sidetracked from a lot of the normal work that we have that we would normally accomplish. And so we admittedly are a little bit behind on regular maintenance work. I know Mr. Skeen forwards me at times work orders that folks are a little bit displeased that we've not gotten out and done their work yet. We're trying to do a combination. We're totally working on flood stuff for the last couple of months. We're trying to get now to where that we're kind of splitting the time up on the work with the goal of soon being back full swing of performing the routine maintenance work. And so that, not meaning trying to make excuses, just giving fact with our resources, that's what's been going on, is trying to get that reimbursement. So we also, that has affected our ability to start work on our rural rustic projects that we were doing this year. Now we have gotten a crew freed up, and we've gotten Ann Cooper Roads phase 2 started this week. So we're working there on that. And then as we move along, our goal and hope is to get Eaton Hill started in June, and then Horton Summit Road in July. So that's some of the schedule. Again, realizing that we're using those same crews to try to get this flood work done, to try to get that reimbursement that we have. Statewide, we've had a lot of expense with both the snow and floods, so the department's trying to get back as much money as we can to recoup costs that we've had. Now, the next part of the report that I provided you are schedules related to our resurfacing this year. These are roads, again, that are already hardtop roads that we are going back and then doing maintenance on them as part of the resurfacing. We do 2 types of resurfacing now. We do what we call and classify as latex. As a term that I use in layman's terms, if trying to describe that, is that if you've got a paved driveway and you go and get the sealer and put the sealer on the driveway to try to protect it and preserve it. It's very similar to that, but it's just a much thicker kind of solution that we put down. It's got sand and some very fine gravel in it, and the asphalt, it usually helps us extend the life of the roadway 6 to 7 years beyond what it would without it. It's a less expensive alternative. So we have several of those. Then on the second page that you will see, those are roads that are listed plant mix. That is the regular asphalt overlay that we will be putting down this year as part of the schedule. The latex schedule has started. The contractor that does that is in the area and has already begun work. The plant mix schedule is not begun yet. The contractors that we have for both are pretty limited in this area, and so they work district-wide, and I think from what I've been seeing on the schedule, they're working on some plant mix already over on the interstate and in some of the eastern counties of the district, and so they will be here in the coming months to take those on. So again, one of the things that we've had to do is that we have to have our roads patched. We don't put latex. You can imagine if you had a pothole in your driveway, you don't want to put that cover over right through the pothole. It doesn't fill the pothole in. So our crews have also been having to prioritize getting patching done for those as well. Those have come first. We also, as the summer goes along, and asphalt plants are still just getting geared up. They've had a few problems in some places there with those, but they're getting to going. So we will be doing a lot of the regular patching as we move along through the summer as well. So that's some of the work that we've got going on. I just threw in a few pictures for you here. This talking about bridges. This was a bridge on Route 622, Sinks Road. It's a bridge deck replacement that our State Forces crew did there with that. That's complete. And then just to kind of give you a little picture representative of there's two pictures, one related to High Knob. This is some work repairing that road that is ongoing, and also on Osborne Ridge. That's work that's been going on, that's flood repair work to restore those. Okay, does anybody have any questions related to any of that before I go on?
On Sinks Road, when do y'all plan on paving that? There's a pretty big bump there right now, and I don't know when y'all were planning on like bringing that back up even with the pavement on each side.
On each side?
Yeah.
I will check and see that the bridge crew takes care of that, but I'm sure they've got it planned. Like I said, a lot of things we've had, the asphalt plants, we get typically out of Kingsport, Norton, Castlewood for the Scott County area, and Norton, has Norton got completely open yet? I don't think they have, and so some of it's been asphalt availability, but we'll make sure that it gets done, Mr. Bass. Okay.
Been doing a good job on the latex too. I've seen that on Beach Grove Road, and down in there. Y'all been doing a
Okay,
job.
good.
Appreciate it.
Okay, anything else related to that, Mr. Castile?
When does that road due by the Hot Knob, you figure will be finished? I was due there a couple of weeks ago, and you made great improvements on it, you know. Way it was to the way it is now, of course. I know that y'all probably had worked on it 2 miles or something at the time I was up there.
The, putting the asphalt down or the ditching? Or
Yeah, time you get it asphalted and all.
From what I know, the Hobnob Road, I believe, a lot of that work's been done with the contractors where they did the overlays on there with
that's
that.
right.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information right in front of me. I can check that out and we'll get that relayed back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, because that's being done by the permittees, been done,
Right.
a lot of that, so I have to find out.
Okay,
there from our permit manager.
um,
Okay,
there are a couple more roads there, that's the only question I've got that I've talked to you before about, Highway 65, through there, guess I talked to you about 10 months ago, where you get to the John Salem Monument. Nobody ever fixed the shoulder of the road there, and,
we'll get it checked on.
okay. And then it's a tile down there next to Mill Creek that I've called it in time after time again, and, it's still water running across the road.
Okay, and I think if I'm remembering correctly, that's one we got under environmental review right now.
Yeah, I knew that some of them
Yeah.
told me it's certain time of the month.
Yeah, we'll check on that one too, get up there. Eric's back there making notes for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Tice had a question about the number of miles unpaved in Scott County. Is that 256?
I actually think that, what I'd seen, it's 252, is what the number that, that I have.
This is not on the subject of paving, but something I just want you to put in the back of your mind. If you remember a couple of months ago, residents from Highway 71 from Gate City up to Antioch had requested that double solid lines be put on that road. And you said that the state said the quota hadn't been met. And I don't know if that was wrecks or deaths, but we've had another death within the last month. And another lady may still be in the hospital, I'm not sure.
She still is.
She still is, so I'm just wondering what their quota is. Is it wrecks, is it deaths?
Well,
And
it's
how
more
far
than-
back does it go? I remember deaths from 71, good friends of mine.
Yeah, it's, they usually look at that within like a last 3-year period of time. When they look at that, there isn't any kind of quota. It's like they look at it also from standpoints of sight distance and things, and then they analyze the accident itself to determine if closing the passing zone will, improve it. There are different things there. I recall that there were some accidents that, when they looked at it, that they told me that occurred, like people turning left in front of others that wouldn't have, mattered whether or not that, closed or not. So I'll bring it to their attention again and ask them to look.
Speed is a factor up at the convenience center and Antioch Church, but as this wreck happened right outside of Gate City, when they hit the double solid, they were passing and hit another one head on. It's dangerous, it really is. Just keep that in mind,
Okay.
if you would.
All right. Okay. Anything else, or I'll get into the 6-year plan portion?
One thing I'd mentioned down in Holland, I just want to make sure I mention in here as well, is that there's been some residents and landowners from Copper Creek, around 627, down towards Clinchport, that are wondering if that could be brought up a little bit and make it a little less susceptible to flooding, especially during the record-breaking flood winter we had. So,
We've got that down. We'll review that as well.
thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Also, the road that Mr. Manus just comes from 23, back up to Copper Creek, where the House Russell Bridge is. Back in the winter, the guy was concerned about slipping over there, and I know it's probably a good 100 feet or so drop into the creek. And,
Guardrail.
a guardrail.
Okay.
And I told them I would try to get some gravels or something put on it that they could get some traction to get up it. But, yeah, it was mentioned.
Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. Put that on the list. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. So if y'all are ready, then I'm going to jump into the 6-year plan part. Okay. So, you had given, at your last meeting, a list of roads, I think each of you had, and asked that we review those and see if they are eligible, and see what the cost estimates would be for constructing those as rural rustic projects. Okay, so I want to clarify just a little bit to start with about the 6-year plan money that we have. So what happens is that our district office, every year, they get the allocation that comes down from Richmond. By Code of Virginia, I think there's a $25 million allocation that they start splitting up among all counties that have unpaved roads statewide, based upon the amount of mileage that is had and other factors there with it. Scott County, with the mileage that we have, is like second and third statewide in the allocation that we receive. So they get that allocation down, and then you have to realize too that when we do the 6-year plans and put the monies that are on those at the time, we are putting those in like it's today's money. We try to look at them out reasonable like we can, as much as we can, but like a road that is going to be added and it's going to be 6 years at the tail end of the plan, it's somewhat a guess because we don't know what inflation is going to be going through there. Inflation, it's been in the last year or two has had an impact on us. So then the staff that's takes care of this at the district office, doing all the inputs and everything into the plan, they look at updated estimates and data, and the first thing they do is they go through and then apply the inflationary factors with the money and, kind of stagger that out as we go. So then, after that, they apply that to all the projects that are currently into the plan, giving a guess on what they're going to cost at the time they're going to be built based upon current data. And then what money is left over is then what we have to see if we can add a new project or so to the plan. There's been some years that we've seen that we've not been able to add project because the inflationary factors were such that the money that we got had to be applied, and sometimes that causes like a project to slide out by a year or something like that. So in this case, we were given $427,000 to apply to the last year of the plan as for add a new project or two based on what that we've had. We went through, and I'm going to go through the ones that we were given, and we looked at Timber Tree Branch. That project is about a half a mile long, and again, it's easy, let me say this, it's easy at times, we try to say, okay, so much per mile, that kind of thing when we talk about it, but then once we actually look at them, there would be factors that's out there, the number of pipes that we're going to have, trying to do the ditches, deal with any rock that may be in the road, so that can affect the cost of, so, it's difficult to say that it's going to be, so much per mile when it comes down to it. So with Timber Tree, the section that we looked at there was 0.55 miles long. It had a traffic count of 50, and our estimate on that one, in today's terms, was $400,000. Okay. We looked at Dean Hollow Road, and the unfinished section is there in between, It's 0.47 miles. The traffic count is 90, and we are estimating that to be around 425,000 because of the work that would have to be done there. Okay, then we looked at the next section of Snowflake Road, a phase 2 of it, 0.8 of a mile long, and the estimate that we had on that one is 500,000. Dingus Hollow, which would be a first phase of it, is around 0.9 of a mile, and we have an estimate on it of 600,000. Ford Branch, it is 0.8 of a mile long, and a traffic count of 90 on it, and we also have an estimate on it of 600,000.
What did you say the traffic count was on Dingus Hollow?
Dingus Hollow is 180.
And Snowflake Road.
Snowflake Road, I'm sorry, on the second section of that, our traffic count is 70.
What was the Ford Branch Road estimate?
Ford Branch is 600,000. And then the last road that I had given is Hale Springs Road, and the traffic count on it was only 20, so it is not eligible for unpaved road money for construction. So a couple of things that I would just mention here on placing the money on the plan is that, again, we've got $427,000, and we're talking about future money. So if we were to select one of the two projects that has 400,000 as the current estimate on it, knowing that inflation is going to have, I would probably recommend to you that we would just put all of that money onto that project right there, because by the time it goes to construction, we're talking year like 2032, that number is going to increase anyway. So, I mean, you could add another project on there, but you'd just be putting $27,000 on it would be what you would be doing. Okay, so if you choose one of the others that's there that that is more than the 427, you can put that on the plan, but you would just need to know that next year, when we do the update, whatever money that we get, we would have to apply the first part of that to funding, to completing the funding of that, and that would push that project out 1 year in construction, because they must be fully funded before they go to construction. So we put 400,000, I'm just gonna round down for my terms, put 400,000 on the road this year, or 5, or no, 4 is what we had to do. So we put 400,000 on it, and then next year, we would need to put the first 200,000 of whatever we have available on to that project as well, to get it toward fully funded for construction, and then realize that that project would probably be going to construction in 2033 as fully funded, rather than in 2032. Does that make sense?
Do you have any idea of what next year's funding might look like?
Well, the funding has pretty well been level for what we've seen. They've level funded this right now, so I don't know. Again, the thing that we're going on too is that it is actually in the Code of Virginia that they've got allocated $25 million for this program. So they divvy that out accordingly. So the way that the funding changes is that some of the other counties, if that have less unpaved road money, then they're going to get less, but we still are up here in say it. So, you know, like some county that may have 10 miles as example, if they build, you know, and get a mile of theirs off, then that formula is going to calculate overall in the allocation based upon the mileage. Okay. So, the thing that, it's totally, you know, up for you all to make a decision. What we need to do today is when I come back in June, well, let me back up. I'm sorry, sometimes I try to process it all too. So what you decide and give me today, then I'm gonna go back to Bristol with the folks that do the input and ask them to go in the system and add that project to the plan. And that's what we used to always do. I've tried to help Mr. Dingus out. This kind of his first rodeo of doing this. Usually I think in the past you kind of have this discussion with Frida at these meetings. Then she would tell me what you all were wanting to put in there, and then we would go and get it added on. Then when I would come back for that plan and have it printed out, then that road would be on the plan. So today, what you decide is I'm gonna go back, put that in there. Then June, we'll come in, we'll have advertised and get public comment on that, okay? We have to have the plan passed in June. We actually, next year, we tried to need to move it back before we're doing this part in April and then there. So the other part that I would ask you to do too, to think about, you don't have to make this decision today, but I'm hoping that you can also come with a priority list then out of this. So if you choose one road today, whatever then your next road is that you have, so that next year when we come, then to make this process a little bit easier, then, and I come in and hopefully say we've got another 400,000 or 600 or whatever it is, then you say, well, okay, road X was on our priority list as being the next, and, you know, you certainly have discussion, but we just pull it up and put it right on the plan in the next year. That's kind of what we were doing before. The thing that happened was that we got to the point that we had revised some estimates, changed the way that we did things, and we added about 8 roads one year when I was here before I'd gone before, and we knocked a lot of them off that priority listing. So, you know, now we're to the point that it's kind of been a year by year, but it would be helpful if we could get back to us a little priority listing to go forward.
And if we did have a priority list, you could go ahead and look at the road count and let us know if it can be on that priority list or not.
Yeah, well, and two, we'd have this information, we would update the estimate if it's one of these, and then come in and then, you know, again, you're not obligated to choose that road, but it is just helpful. Also, I've seen that it's helpful to you as a board too, that talking with folks may not be on the plan, but you're the next priority that's on there. So, from our perspective, and I will just give you this, from the VDOT standpoint, is the, somebody shield me, Miss Peggy might throw rocks at me here. But one of the roads that we have, that we spend maintenance on, that is the Dean Hollow Road. It's a segment that's in between, and, you know, if we got a cheering section, got our jerseys on, then Miss Peggy's got Snowflake Phase 2 on hers today, but I'm kind of wearing the Dean Hollow jersey today because of what it costs us to have to go up there and just work that middle section that's in there. But again, that's just, I just throw that out for you for consideration.
Since you're on Dean Hollow, could you give a little background on, it's previously funded, but we had some problems there with the landowners?
When these projects were done before, they were called, before the rural rustic, the General Assembly came up with a program that they allowed us to do rural rustic, which were somewhat a pave in place, but us to make it, these roads paved with less work on them. we used to have to go in and get a full 40 feet of right-of-way on all roadways. And that would have to be donated by property owners in order to be able for us to construct them. Now we're constructing them on the easement that we have that is within the 30-foot, and we do much less improvements. I mean, sometimes if we've got a blind curve or something, we'll try to seek, the ability to be able to go in and make some improvements to that so that, we're not coming right around on a paved road in a blind spot. But overall, we kind of pave them in place for the most part. Do the drainage, try to ditch them and make improvements to that. As I understand it, it was not during my tenure that I was here, that this middle section, the other two sections were built under the old traditional unpaved road project program. And then this middle section, that there was a property owner that did not want to donate the right-of-way. And without that donated right-of-way in that time, it used to be that would stop the project right there. And we couldn't move forward with it. So then the funds would have to be moved. So as I understand it, that was the situation that existed then. Somebody else might have a little more information about it than me, but that's, as I understand it, that's why that middle section wasn't built at the time.
So that's all that to say that won't be a problem now.
We would not have to do that, no, as now at this time. And of course, then the next thing I guess that we would have as far as for us is Snowflake, because we like to be able, once we get a road started, we like to be able to continue it. I've only mentioned Dean Hollow because we would like to be able to get that one section knocked out and out of the way.
Mr. Sumner, the Dean Hollow connects two paved roads and has that section that's unpaved.
It's unpaved in the
Also,
middle.
Timber Tree is that same type of situation.
Yes, that is, but from our standpoint, we spend more maintenance effort because there's a little hill that's up there on that, causes us a little more maintenance pain.
But in the Snowflake situation, the phase 2 doesn't complete the road all the way to the Acton Frame pavement, right?
No,
It goes to the
No.
Hell Springs Road?
That's, I believe that's, yes, from Hell to Hell Springs. And currently, if you know me, I like to bring, casual joke and things in there. Ms. Peggy needs to get out and drive more on that last section because it's only got a traffic count of 20.
So
It would qualify.
if they did the,
Which end do I
so if they did phase 2 of Snowflake, thinking they could do phase 3 at a later date, right now, the numbers
Phase
wouldn't
3
qualify phase 3.
does not qualify right now.
Right, so your traffic count would have to increase on phase 3 to finish Snowflake on to Acton Frame.
Yes, it currently only has a traffic count on our last counts of 20.
Tell your neighbors to start driving on that road.
Well, that would be more right if it was drivable.
Kind of a catch-22, I understand that. We'll donate you gas money, okay? We put a jar up here for each time for gas.
And I've got a question, is
Okay.
in this year, 25 million, okay, I've heard that we get some money from the casino. Is that in with that, or is
I
that
have-
different?
I have no idea. This is just what is allocated through the General Assembly and specific related to unpaved road improvement is the 25 million. Statewide.
Casinos, health, sheriff, and schools.
And transportation.
Yeah, we can't use.
But I don't know where that goes. The only thing that I can mention to you, who knows? They may be bringing that in there. I don't know. All I know is that the Code of Virginia specifies that the department will allocate 25 million toward the unpaved road program.
Ms. Tice, if the casino money was extra money and we weren't operating in a deficit and we could allocate that money extra to projects like the school system or the sheriff's and rescue and the transportation, we would, but we're not there yet.
It's also a 50-50 match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at traffic counts, of course, the greatest traffic count on there, and y'all probably more familiar, is Dingus Hollow. Dingus Hollow has 180 vehicles per day as far as the number one traffic count. Okay, so that's as much information, I guess, as I can give you right now. I'm sorry if I've talked too much about it or whatever. As I always say, I've been doing this a long time, so it's, it just starts coming out, the information there. So I'm just trying to give it to you so it'll be helpful to you in making your decision. But I need a decision. Okay, so that we can move forward with you, so.
All right, discussion.
Well, I'm gonna push for Timber Tree Branch.
Timber Tree?
That's my district.
Okay.
I got a total of 14 complaints on that road. That's why I chose that road. In second was New Hurlin Church Road. So if we do a priority list, I'd like to put New Hurlin Church on that. But yes, I'm gonna push for Timber Tree. It's 400,000, 50's the count, it's 0.55 miles. I'm pushing for it.
Dean Hollow Road, as Mr. Sumter said, they would like to get it completed. There was a problem there with the landowner before, or it would have already been finished. It's within budget. The count is 90 cars per day. Each end, I think, is around 150. So that's its intersection. There is a problem, I think, with safety, including maybe the school bus travel. I also spoke with the fire chief with Nicholsville Fire and Rescue, and he said they would use that road. They use it often, but he would like to see it paved for safety for their vehicles. And it does go to the Big Moccasin community, which is, I guess, about halfway up Big Moccasin where this road would come out. So they could go on this road and go different directions, want to go to Big Moccasin Road for fire and rescue.
I mean, if we're just looking at pure traffic counts, Dingus Hollow is the obvious winner, but we don't have enough money for it for this year. And you said that it's most likely gonna be level funded, so we'd get the same 427 next year to allocate to that. Is there any appetite for putting basically a year and a half's worth of money on that road now, instead of pushing it off further? Since it is the highest traffic count by almost double.
Typically, I would choose the road with the highest count. That's kind of where I am.
Right.
Given our budget and the fact that this short section on Dean Hollow is a safety issue and would complete that project, plus their annual maintenance cost on it, I would choose Dean Hollow over Dingus Hollow. But typically, I would go with the one that had the most traffic.
Any other thoughts from this side? I've been talking about this side mostly, but any other thoughts from y'all?
Well, those ones, the roads I picked, or the road I picked, and, cause I know it does have a lot of traffic considered, it's a dead-end road, a lot of houses, and, whatever everybody else decides, but, see that, it is the highest traffic count, so let everybody make their own decisions. Anything to say?
I don't have any doubts.
I don't either. I mean, if we chose Dingus Hollow, even though it exceeds that budget, what option do we have for next year?
Well, next, sorry again.
I mean, could we,
Okay, so next year, again, what we would need to do is, that's where I was giving that explanation, is that if we put all of the 427 on a road that is above
Okay.
that money,
Yeah.
then next year, the money that was there off the top would go toward that. Okay, so like, we typically are getting like 900,000, I round it down, 900,000, $1 million.
Right.
Okay, so what we've done this year is we've taken and applied that money to the other projects like Snowflake and all of them that are in there to get them with the inflationary factors funded. So that left 427 over, okay, to add. So if we apply that through the board next year, based on what the inflation is, you would be able to add another project if there's any balance that's left over. So if you put 427 there, and then there's another 400,000, then you could put there where this one's 600,000, you could put the first 200 for that. And then you would have 200 and some thousand left to go toward adding the next project. And then you would have to then add to that one as you went out.
Alan, can you, not do a project and next year have $800,000 for a project that might be a bigger project? Does it work that way?
No, you got to allocate the money that's there.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're getting the money toward it. I mean,
Right.
it's what,
You can't build the money,
yeah, you, no,
but you can take away from the next year on this year.
yes, yeah.
Here's a question, is there any benefit to doing the larger project? Do we lock in the pricing so we don't have as much of the inflationary factor, or?
No, that's just based on allocating the money based on today's money and, you know, a little bit of inflation, kind of what we can see.
So either way, we think it's a bad deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We would love to be able to go build all of them right now, but that's,
Oh, yeah.
you know, and I mean,
I
that's
get
what
it.
Ms. Tice can, you know, as far as we are concerned, like as example, using Snowflake again, we added that last year. It's there. It's just a matter of waiting until the time comes and, you know, getting it fully funded, it's there. The only thing that could affect it is, it'd be on there, but like I said, is that, okay, prices go way, way up. We've got an estimate on it of 500,000, and then it's gonna turn out to be 600,000. But again, that's why we try to keep them on schedule, but we move the money to start with off there. And the other thing that I will just mention, that this gets confusing even to me after all the years that I've been into it, is that VDOT operates on the fiscal year July 1st to June 30th. So, as an example, when July comes around this year, on July 1st, as far as VDOT's concerned, we're in year 26. So our year 20, I don't know if you all do that with your county budget or not,
It
but,
is.
but
Yes.
we're considered to be county, or 26. So when we put a project on there and we say that it's going to be in fiscal year 29, whatever, if we've got things going on it and we've got it there, it's possible we could start construction of that project in summer of 28, because that would actually be fiscal year 29, as example. I better stop or I'll get myself confused. Okay.
So on Timber Tree, it's 400,000, so would if it does cost 400,000 or less, would the amount go for next year, the 27,000? Would we put that for next year's?
Well, that's what I'm saying, based upon that being that far out, and that will amount, if you had 600,000 that I said was what is available, I'd probably recommend putting 2 projects on there. But since
Okay.
we're that close, $20-some thousand, I'm just saying, we'll just fund whatever project you put that whole 427 toward it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Thank you.
All right, how do we want to do this as far as, or I guess, how has it been done in the past?
for ones like this.
Well, I could call out each road and have the members, give a vote and see how they come out.
Show of hands.
Yeah,
Just a show of hands.
Right.
Now, are
So-
you asking us to vote for one?
We'll be voting for each of them, right? Or no?
Just
Sorry.
pick two. Why don't you pick two or three and vote on those? I mean, you know you're not gonna do.
I would put Timber, Dean, and Dingus.
Dean and Timber Tree are around 400,000, yes.
So you want me to, take a vote on Timber Tree, Dean, and Dingus?
Yeah.
So, each member, one vote,
Yes,
so
Sure.
if you vote, you can't vote for all three.
Yeah.
correct.
So, give me a show of hands for Timber Tree Branch Road.
Oh, you all.
Sorry, Michelle.
One.
Me?
Give me a show of hands for Dean Hollow Road. Four. And give me a show of hands for Dingus Hollow Road. Two.
Is everybody okay with doing
Did
Dean?
it seem fair?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair as can be in this situation, but, yeah. I do like Dean Hollow because it is a connecting road, and I get it. And out of the ones that we can't afford this year, it's the one with the most traffic count. So I understand, or I feel like that's a fair trade-off. Maybe we can get some more money next year and get some of these bigger ones on there.
So
Or
in providing
bite off
you-
a bigger one.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're all right. Go ahead.
In providing your priority list for next year, we would have Timber Tree or Dingus Hollow as number one, and Timber Tree is number two, and then the other roads that,
Yes.
and new roads that y'all might.
Yeah. And we can talk about prioritization. You don't need a prioritization today,
No,
right?
That's something that you,
Okay.
do, like I said, I mean, again, you're not obligated to whatever you do.
I'm just saying that historically, all the counties I've dealt with, if you've got that priority listing, it kind of is like you're making somewhat the decision now that makes it easier. You've seen what you've gone through. You can
I
do
like
that.
having a priority list. I
Yeah,
think
I
that's
like that.
that's a
I
great
mean, you don't
idea
even
for
have to
us do.
decide that today. You've told me, Dean Hollow, and so, I'm putting my jersey on.
Do we need a resolution or anything?
Do we need a motion?
We did.
Just let him know.
Well, that's where they put it on the priority list for them. going. Yeah, you got one section of it, it's on there, it's still on there. This was just about adding a second section to it. Yeah. You say, this would be continued on, is what we were talking about. Your section that voted on last year, like I said, it's on there. Okay? Okay. So I can go then, and go forward, tell them to put that on the plan, and then next month, unfortunately, you'll have to see me again, and I'll come back and bring the plan in. And I've talked with Mr. Dingus, we'll be advertising it in the paper and everything has to be advertised 2 weeks in advance for the hearing, and then we'll do that, and then pass the plan.
Will you have the mowing scheduled for in June?
Probably not, no. So we are mowing on primaries already.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're doing primaries?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're mowing on primaries now. And so, once we get that done and get through this, we try to get those done by Memorial Day and then start moving over. I think Pattonsville side, they already, are starting to work on trying to get over there and get their secondary started. Not reached that point yet with Fort Blackmore.
Are you gonna still be able to do, what, 3 times on
The-
primary?
Our plan is that we do 3 cycles for primary,
Okay,
2 for secondary,
Okay.
with then additional mowings on locations that need it,
okay.
at spot locations. Which we realize, one of the difficulties is areas that have Johnson grass,
I know.
is that we could mow those today, and then a week and a half later, then they're back up again. And we just can't mow every week on them, okay?
Are you using the same contractor from North Carolina?
The Greenview, yeah, on the primaries. Secondaries we'll be doing ourselves. Okay,
Thank you all.
all right, thank you. All right, and we'll check into these other things that you've mentioned, okay? Thank you.
All right, that completes unfinished business. We'll go into 9A, the audit report. And, yeah, we'll do that. And then after that, we'll take a break.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get it, I promise.
Thank you all for having me here. My name is Scott Wickham. I'm partner in charge of the Scott County audit this year. This is the first audit we just wrapped up here about a month or so ago. Here to go over results of the June 30th, 2024 audit. Passing out a high-level summary here to go over. Hope you've had a chance to review the full report. There's 155 pages or so, so it was rather lengthy. If you have questions later on, my contact is on the front of this. I'm happy to answer questions as well. Went over some general parts of the audit. The first report that we issue is the independent auditor's report. That speaks to the numbers in the report. The county has again received an unmodified opinion, which means the numbers presented are materially accurate and good for use. That's the best opinion you can get on that report. There's two types of accounting in the financial statements. You have modified accrual accounting and full accrual accounting. Full accrual accounting looks at the big picture, includes all of the assets and all of the debt, big picture items. Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 are the only schedules on that full accrual big picture of accounting. The other exhibits are on a modified accrual basis of accounting. So it's short-term, it's cash basis, plus short-term receivables, that's short-term payables. So it does not include your long-term debt and bonds and things like that as well. So want to point those items out. Exhibit 1 is the full accrual long-term picture. Exhibit 3 and back is the balance sheet modified accrual basis. We also issued two other reports. The first being the gas report that speaks to government auditing standards and state compliance. We do have a couple findings that I'll go over here in a second with those. And the third report we issued is the uniform guidance report. It used to be the A133 report, but that is the federal testing and opinion on that federal testing. So there's one item of note on that, otherwise it is a pretty good report. In the very back of the report, we do have the schedule of findings and questions cost, the details of those items. I mentioned in the gas report we had a couple of findings. So we did report 5 total findings in the audit report. The first 3 being material weaknesses. The first item being the financial statements presented for audit did not contain all necessary adjustments. This is a fairly common finding. Essentially, when we were doing the audit testing, we found additional accruals, unrecorded receivables, or unrecorded payables, or debt items that were not recorded in the financial statements. You will have a consultant come in and help get that information together, but miscommunication or untimely documentation led to some of those adjustments. For a small locality, that's a pretty common finding, but we are required to report it if we propose material adjustments. The second finding, the county had hired a consultant to update the bank reconciliations in the treasurer's office through June 2024. That was one of the delays of the audit. We'd like to have this audit completed a little earlier, but getting those bank recs caught up was one of the delays. My understanding is they're still not caught up to current date, and we really would push that to be a major control you all have to make sure that bank reconciliations are done. And I would recommend some steps to get that corrected. The third material weakness is the school board was not submitting reimbursement requests timely for federal grant programs. Technically, they have 27 months to submit a reimbursement request in that grant period, but generally, to get it in the same accounting period, we'd like for it to be each month. So if you have payroll costs for May, you'd like to submit that cost in June because you already know what they are. at a minimum, let it be done quarterly, so that by September, you've submitted all the prior year cost. The school board was still submitting cost as of 2 months ago for things that went back to 2024. So we want to get that caught up and have that very timely to ensure that the consultant can pick all those accruals up and make sure that your books are accurate and don't require audit adjustments to get those correct. The fourth finding is a technicality. The Head Start department does have a budget that's approved as part of the grant project. I believe it was approved by the school board, but it was not part of the budget that you all appropriated here, and it should be part of the budget you all appropriate with the school budget. So I want to make sure that's done going forward. The fifth one, I mentioned we do federal testing. One of the programs we looked at was the school nutrition program, and we did see some keying errors in the reimbursement request that led to inaccurate requests. So they count the meals at the schools, and then each month they submit a count, and they just key the wrong number, which that impacts the amount of money you all receive related to the meals served. So want to implement checks and balances to make sure that the numbers are keyed correctly. So just the 5 findings there. This was our first audit with you all. It is not unusual to have several findings as we go through a new audit. Hopefully we can implement some changes and have those reduced going forward. So I know I've spoken with various departments, and I think there is a plan of action to get that done. We also issue a management recommendation letter, which is a separate letter. And I apologize, I meant to include it in this handout. I emailed it to the management, so hopefully you'll have seen it. If not, I'm sure Mr. Dingus can pass that out. He has it in his email. A few items on there. This letter consists of items that are best practice type of items, as well as non-material non-compliance. So items that would not impact the family sector materially, but are still required by the state and general guidance. So a few items on there, such as the social services reconciliation. The dollar amount was $16,000 for the year, so not super significant, but that laser reconciliation does ensure that you all are requesting the correct amount for state and federal, so you want that to be exact to make sure that you're not under requesting or over requesting. So that's an idea of not a extreme dollar amount, but you do want to get that right. A few other items in there as well. The state did change the Security for Public Deposits Act. That act requires banks to hold more funds of your money and lend less of the amount. So it gives you further than FDIC insurance coverage. That was a new change this year. The act has been in place for a long time. The new change was requiring the staff here locally to go in quarterly and verify that the bank accounts are reporting the right amount. So the bank sends the amounts off, and now you are quarterly required to verify that that is accurate. So that was a new change during 2024. So a lot of places saw a recommendation to make sure they were doing that, since that was new. Again, a lot of items on there are best practice type of items. All right, moving forward in the handout, I did put some trend information together. Obviously, this is based on the audit reports provided by the prior auditor, as well as our report for 2024. The first page we have here is the 5-year trend for the government-wide. As I mentioned, this is full accrual big picture, so this take a step back, everything included. How are we doing? So you can see the 2024 to the right, and then net investment capital assets, restricted and unrestricted net position. Net position is essentially the net worth of the county. You can see that has grown significantly over the last 5 years. Current ratio, pretty strong, about 5 there. So good growth in the full accrual basis of the county. Moving forward to the 5-year trend general fund. This is on the modified accrual basis of accounting, so this is more your cash basis plus short-term receivables plus short-term payables. You can see that total revenues have grown about 10% per year over that 5-year trend. Heavily impacted by the intergovernmental revenues. Your state and federal funds with all the ARPA funds and that have weighed heavily on that increase, and we do expect that to decline going forward. So budgets have been increased with those funds and may require more local dollars to fund that. As you're talking about your budget, that is something I'm sure you're considering right now. The next page, again, on the general fund, modified short-term basis of accounting, you can see the growth by function there. Overall, total expenditure is about 13%, so that's heavily weighed on with the inflation in the last few years, as well as having those state and federal grant funds to spend. On the next page, we have a chart that shows general fund revenues for 2024 and for 2023. Kind of shows you where your funds are coming from by function. As expected, a large portion of those are property taxes. A similar chart on the next page for expenses. You can see the various categories and functions. As expected, again, a large portion of that goes to education and public safety. On the next, we have the review of county reserves, and kind of like to give you an idea of where your general fund balance stands. In purple, I've highlighted a few numbers there. That's the unassigned fund balance, or the items that you've not put in a separate fund reserve. They're not restricted by grant code. So unassigned fund balance is what you've had at the end of the year. Cash plus short-term receivables less short-term payables. So pretty liquid essentially. You see ending unassigned fund balance as a percentage of expenditures, about 12.3%. A general rule that the GFOA has out there, it's the Government Finance Officer Association, is 2 months or 16.67%. So you are just below that percentage that they recommend.
What was that percentage again, please?
16.67. Essentially 2 months of expenses. And it's a very general minimum. So some places may have capital plans that are not fully defined and funded. So if those items are being contemplated that they're not actually set aside in different funds, if they're kind of in your unassigned fund balance, you want it to be stronger. You also want to think about it to be stronger if you're doing twice your collections, because you've just received half of your taxes at the beginning of June, and then June 30th is when we're measuring this. So you kind of, if it's right after your paycheck, you want to make sure you have more than the minimum fund balance. So a few things to consider. This is also a nationwide minimum they recommend. Certain localities have the ability to tax more than others. All these things to think about, but it is give you some sort of baseline, other than me just saying 2 months. So I want to point that out. You're below that number, but it has seen good growth over the 5 years. So review of county debt balances. I always want to caution, this debt balance is more than just what you're bonded to pay back. This includes all of your accounting-related debt, such as accrued leave, the net pension liability through VRS, and the OPEB liabilities as well. The APA, the Audit of Public Accounts, provides a debt per capita based on the Cardinal report, the state report, and so it includes those as well. So I want to have all that in there so you have apples to apples. As you can see, you are well below the state average, which is great to see as a debt load. It should be, because that does include Northern Virginia areas that have a higher dollars, but that is good to be well below that state average. In your financial statements, you have several estimates. One of the most significant estimate being the net pension liability. VRS hires an actuary to create this calculation. I always want to caution, this net pension liability is a calculation of if everyone retired today, what would it cost me? And it's not anything that the schools have done wrong. It's not anything that the county has done wrong. You're paying what VRS is asking you to pay. This is a combination of the state reducing your rates you're required to pay to help your budgets. The actuary may say it's 12%, but they may say at the state level that we can't afford 12%, so we'll do 10%. And so that leads to some of that. You pay what you're required to pay and have been. It also is impacted by the stock market. If they don't do as well as they expect, that number goes up. So on this page, we have a sensitivity analysis. The amount recorded in your financial statements is 6.75%, that column there. So you can see the liability as estimated by actuaries for the county is $6 million. For the school board teacher portion is about $25 million. The school board non-professional actually is overfunded currently, but you can see how volatile that is with the stock market. If it does 1% better than they expect, it moves significantly, or if it does 1% worse, it moves significantly as well. So I want to point that estimate out and show you this. That is provided by an actuary hired by the state, so really of no doing of your own. It's just a calculation that you are required to report. Upcoming standards, Statement 101 for compensated absences does go into effect this year. Our firm will be sending out a memo to help the staff with changes on that. That impacts the accounting for sick leave particularly. We expect it to increase your liability for compensated absences or accrued leave in total, but it does not impact your day-to-day operations. It does not even impact your budget locally or your dollar considerations of those items. It just increases that liability that you already have, essentially. Prior standards, if you were paying someone when they left for their leave, you accrued that amount as leave. With this new standard, if you expect they will use that leave, you will also accrue that. So it will increase that amount based on what they have as of June 30th. Statement 102 for disclosures should not have a significant impact. The statement 103 will have some impact. It will increase information required in management discussion and analysis. It will also add a third column to your budget to actual, so that you will now have budget, original budget, changes to the budget, and the final budget in those exhibits. So it will impact that as well as some other various items. Initially, when they started that project, the plan was to provide sweeping changes to eliminate the dual reporting of the full accrual and the modified accrual accounting to make it simpler for use. Then COVID hit, and then they couldn't figure out solutions, so they reduced that scope significantly, but there is still some impact for Scott County. Overall, as a wrap up, the audit went pretty well. There were some challenges, and we did have some findings and things that we recommend improvement on. But all the staff at all the areas, the county, social services, the school board, and Head Start, everybody did a great job at getting this information. So I was really happy with that. There were no holdups, and as far as that goes, everyone did a great job. So financially, I think that you could be stronger, but you have had improvement in the last few years. And just work on cleaning up those findings, and I think that we'll get there. So with that, are there any comments, questions?
Yeah, you were talking about review of county reserves, and we should strive for that 16.67%. As 2 months of just funding everything, right?
Correct.
So it's basically making sure that emergency fund stays up there.
Correct. That's essentially 2 months of all your expenses, including the contributions to the school board portion of it, but yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? I think that'll do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
No problem.
Thank you.
And we'll take a 15-minute break. Be back here at 11:15.
There's been a small change due to some scheduling conflicts. Mr. Ferguson and Roger Carter have switched places, allowing Mr. Carter to go first because he's got to get to work. If you want to come on up.
Good morning. Thanks, first, for allowing me to read through this. This is for an exemption for Duffield Fire and Rescue for, that involves, the way the code is written right now is, if you have a advanced life support on the truck and you're doing advanced life support, functions, then you're supposed to have an EMT provider, or at least an EMT, be or hire with that other person, so either as a driver or a secondary attendant in the ambulance. So at times, what happens is, especially if we have multiple patients from like a motor vehicle crash or something like that nature, and we have to split our crews up, then that could end up with a driver only being with the advanced life support provider. So that's what the exemption is about, and that comes in under the governing body for which we work under, which is Scott County Board of Supervisors, that the administrative code 12 VAC 5-31-110 under exemptions requires you guys to give us approval for the state OEMS office to grant that exemption. So if we get caught in it, it happens 5% or less of the times. It's not like it's something that we don't want to strive to be that way. We want to strive to always have the providers in there, but it does happen. So this covers us in the event that it does happen. And I think Mr. Ron Picemore is on the phone there with listening in. If you have questions, that he could answer those, I'm sure. So he is the director of the rules and regulations for the OEMS office out of Richmond.
It's my understanding that this exemption is for 2 years and doesn't have to be written into our emergency operations plan.
Does not change anything we're doing with our ERPs at all. All it is granting us, if it happens, that we can use advanced life support. If they're doing the skills of advanced life support, if it was just a general basic life support transport, then my understanding of the rule, it don't change anything then. It's just when we're performing the advanced life support skills in the truck.
If any of the board members have questions, as Mr. Carter said, Mr. Passmore, Director of EMS Regulations, is on the phone and can answer a question that you might have.
Does anyone have any questions?
If there are no questions, I'll make a motion that we pass the EMS exemption number. You'll have to say it again for Roger.
I don't know that it is, but code for the exemptions is 12 VAC 5-31-110, section A and B, I think covers that. Is that right, Ron?
Mr. Passmore. Yes, sir. They're making a motion to approve this, and they're wanting to reference whatever code they need to. Could you? 12? 12 VAC for Virginia Administrative Code? Yes. 12. 12 VAC 5-31-1250.
Did you get that down? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Exemption granted.
Thank you, sir. They passed the motion.
Just
Get something in writing to the gentleman from Duffield, and you can email that to me, and I can upload it to the request. Will do. Thank you, sir.
just just real quick numbers, so you sort of know what's going on, and I'll get out of the way. So in April, for fire responses, total was 102. That's all fire departments in Scott County, 102 fire responses. On EMS, 319 month of April for the year. All fire departments, 364 fire responses and 1,370 EMS responses. We're busy.
We appreciate you, Audrey.
Thank you,
That's
Roger.
good.
Appreciate you all.
Appreciate you all.
All right, with that, Mr. Ferguson?
Morning.
Good morning.
Each year I come and ask, as I will for this year, the line of credit for the school operating budget. It will be for the 2025 school year with the effective date July 1 and the end date of July 30th. I would ask your also consideration for this request in the amount of $4 million. We've done this for, well, I don't know how long we've done it, for a long time.
We've done this for a while.
And ask that the treasurer's office go out and put out for bid, whoever may accept that.
Authorize the treasurer to see it.
All right. Do we have a motion to authorize the treasurer to seek proposals for the $4 million line of credit for the school system for the upcoming fiscal year?
So moved.
Do I have a
I'll second it.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
Need to vote.
Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
Mr. Ferguson, before you leave, are we gonna have someone at our budget session from the school system
I'd like to, yes.
today?
Yeah,
Let me know.
okay.
Yeah.
That'll be after lunch sometime.
Today after lunch.
I'll try to send you a text when we get started.
Thank you, sir. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where we're at now that we've rearranged all this. Thomas Village Community Center.
Thank you so much for allowing us to be with you again today. I'm Jim Gates. I'm a trustee at Three Mills Methodist Church in Duffield, and I'm here to request the county to renew our long-standing lease agreement for the Thomas Village Community Center, which I believe this will be the 20th year, if I'm not mistaken. I'm within one or two, I know, because I've been around that long. But we would, first of all, I want to thank y'all for the many, many years that we've been able to provide a place for people to have events, and the building has been preserved as a result of being occupied. When we first started, it had been vacant for a number of years and had deteriorated substantially. But through joint efforts of y'all and us, we've been able to put it in pretty doggone good shape. And I was explaining to Mr. Skeens a minute ago that it wouldn't take a whole lot, really, to put that thing back into brand new like condition, because it's really been maintained well. But we're happy with it. We want to thank you for that. And we're asking that you renew us. We have a lot of activities that go on there. The biggest thing that goes on, we have church services there regularly. We have the Duffield Jam that goes on, and the first, third, and fifth Thursdays is a little jam that we have there at 6 o'clock from 6 to 8. Of course, we never quit at 8, but we have refreshments and have an open mic situation for people to come and play music. And prior to COVID, we used to have 40 to 50 people. Since COVID, less than half that. Last year was particularly lean for whatever reasons, I don't know. But so far this year, we got started a little late too. We usually get started 1st of March, but it's the middle of March before we got started. But our three that we've had so far this year, we've had around 30 folks. And so maybe we're creeping back up, and we would certainly urge the county to come and be with us sometime. And particularly on this month, we have a 5th Thursday. The fifth Thursday is always an all-gospel event, and that's usually our largest attended venue. But Mr. David Hartley has been there with us several times and filmed for us, and we try. It's a good thing for the county. We want to thank you for it, and we would ask that you would be gracious enough to extend that agreement another year for us. And I'm speaking on behalf of Pastor Sean Bailey. He's usually here, but he actually has another county obligation today, and he was unable to be here, and he was brave enough to let me come fly solo on this. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
I'll make the motion and I'll offer up the dollar for the event.
Well, thank you. We certainly do appreciate it.
Do we have a second?
I'll say.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, all in favor, vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll see if we can get our county tourism director down there sometime too to stop in and kind of highlight some of that, because I think that would be a great idea.
We'd love to have you. We'd love to have you. And I've got the paperwork here. I'll have Sean bring it back and drop it back by.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
We
y'all so
appreciate
much. See you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, now, we're back on schedule. Chamber of Commerce Business Appreciation Month.
Good morning. Good afternoon at this point. I think I've met most of you over the last few months, but if not, I am Tiffany Baker. I'm the president of the Scott County Chamber this year. Each year, the Commonwealth of Virginia recognizes the month of May as Business and Industry Appreciation Month. This is an opportunity for us to recognize and celebrate businesses for the contributions to the economy and the communities that they serve. Small businesses, as you know, are the heart of our community and provide many job opportunities for the citizens of Scott County. As you know, part of the Chamber's mission is to encourage the growth of these businesses and industries who have chosen to call our county home. This morning, I'm here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce to ask the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution in honor and support of the businesses that continue to grow within our county. I believe Penny sent a copy of the proposed resolution to you all ahead of time, and it is in the packet that you have, if you would like to review that.
I'll give y'all a second to review that, look at it, or if you need to look at it. Does anybody have a motion to approve this resolution? Support small business. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All right, everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Also, I think he pointed. Were you, is anybody saying? Oh, okay. I do want to take this time to invite you all to our luncheon that we offer, or we host every month, every May. It's going to be hosted on the May 20th at 12 noon at the First Baptist Church in Gate City. All of you all are invited to that. We're going to have King Street catered. It's always a good time. And then each month we do have a monthly meeting that you all are invited to. All right. Thank you all for your time and your support of the chamber.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Moving on, mutual aid agreement for the city of Bristol and Scott County. Mr. Dingus or Ms. Kegley, do you want to give us some background on this?
The sheriff's department had requested this at the request of the city of Bristol. I think Bristol had reached out to them, and you all have a copy of it, I think, in your packets. It's just a standard mutual aid between the city of Bristol and Scott County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
Need your approval along with Bristol.
This is just a continuation of what we had before, is that true?
I don't know that we've had one before with Bristol.
No,
but it's-
Bristol others.
But it's similar to what we have with others.
Okay.
All right, do I have a motion to approve this mutual aid agreement? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, the housing resolution. This is something that I asked to be added in here. The Scott County EDA passed a resolution supporting housing in Scott County and supporting us building out more
as you all know, this has been one of my pet, I would hate to call it a pet peeve, but I guess pet project. Something that I would like to see come to the county is just more housing, giving our young folks a better place to start out at, and helping everyone get a little bit of a leg up with, you know, home ownership or at least an affordable place to rent, right? So this is calling for that, and this is just kind of the start of what we can do. And as the years go on, hopefully we can add more to this, and people will see that our commitment to growing our housing supply is a real commitment and not just something we like to talk about at meetings. So I wanted to memorialize this and pass this along with the EDA. The EDA's already passed it. So, do I have a motion to approve this housing resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you all, I really appreciate that. And that'll help us kind of get the ball rolling on some other things. Hopefully, fingers crossed. All right, bookkeeping items.
Please appropriate $529 to Park Golf Course merchandise for resale. Appropriate $2,547 to Sheriff's Repair and Maintenance of Vehicles. Appropriate $40,259.28 to Emergency Services Disaster Expenses. Appropriate $37,000 to APCA Expansion Planning Grant Consulting Services, and $10,000 to Administrative Expense Services. Appropriate $1,985.05 to Clerk of Circuit Courts, Conferences and Training. Appropriate $325 to Electoral Board, Election Official Services, and $894.21 to printing of election ballots. Appropriate $1,295 to Sheriff's Department Payroll Other, and $99.08 to FICA. Appropriate $240.31 to Sheriff's Department Conferences and Training. Appropriate $3,172 to Sheriff's Department Mental Health Transports salaries. And appropriate $1,400 to Circuit Court Clerk's IT Technology Fund Office Equipment Additions. And that's all of the appropriations.
Do I have a motion to approve these appropriations as have been listed out?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And also, please accept Office of Emergency Medical Services Rescue Squad Assistance Fund Grant Number LE-S0303-25 with a total award amount of $21,625.
Do I have a motion to approve the acceptance of these funds as have been listed?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Or opposed? Sorry, motion carries. I get it right one of these days. Moving on to appointments.
The first appointment is for the Community Policy Management Team. You still did not receive any applicants for this.
I'd encourage everybody to look under every rock and behind every bush, because we've been looking for this one for a long time to make a real difference for the CPMT committee. So, what we thought we had one on the hook, but the schedule, I think, was just too much, where it's in the middle of the day on a weekday. So, just keep that in mind, and you know, if you can find somebody, let's get them in there. All right.
Okay, the second one is for the Housing Authority. Beverly Cross has been serving, she did reapply, and you have one other applicant, and it's in your folder.
Okay.
Joseph Tucker Barker.
I'll nominate Beverly Cross.
I'll second.
Everybody in favor of Beverly Cross, vote by way of saying aye.
Wait, we gotta,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Ask for any other nominations.
Are there any other nominations? That's-
I'll make the motion that nominations cease and we vote by acclamation.
Thank you.
Need a second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sally. I appreciate you keeping me in line. Somebody has to. That's a hard job. All right, Building Code Appeals Board.
Robbie Sally has been serving and he did not reapply. You do not have any other applicants.
Okay.
That's a tough one. That's one that we're required by code to have in place, but we have never, since the inception of the code back in the seventies, used it.
Right.
You know, we work things out. It's not really fitting to Scott County. You know, we try to work things out before we go to a board like this.
Right.
But we gotta have them in place. So we have people that serve from time to time, but it's hard to keep them interested when, they're not doing anything.
Does that have to be a citizen or?
Yeah, there's some detail. They have to be, have a background in engineering or buildings and grounds. So many of them have to be made up of those professionals and different people. So it's a tough one to fill and a tough one to keep people on. But we'll work on getting it.
Let's see if we can get that. We need to get more people involved anywhere we can. Moving on, county attorney's report.
I don't have anything today. I can answer any questions.
Thank you for everything you do for this board, Sally. It is not unnoticed by this supervisor for sure.
I don't think you go unnoticed by anyone. We appreciate you. We really do. I think I speak for the whole board in saying that.
She has answered a lot of my questions here this past month. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, acting county administrator's report, Mr. Bill Dingus.
If you'll get your green sheets out of your folder. I'm gonna assume all of them are stapled in the same order. On your top sheet, you can see the available cash in the general fund is $19,029,453.41. Also listed there is the other funds within the county and for your review. The last page, the last page is the comparison to previous years, month of May. You'll notice a significant difference between 24 and 25. But that's because the school had pulled down their funding.
They ain't pulled down this year.
They haven't pulled down this year. That's the big difference there that you will see.
And them not pulling down is actually helping us as far as interest income.
Sure.
Right?
Because Kevin is able to invest that
Right.
money.
How much do they have, you know?
It's right at 10 million.
Yeah.
No.
That's thinking.
Now, out of that, out of that 10 million, there's about 2 million, that's the Pearson kids that we were reimbursed for. So, I'll talk about that. I've got that information for the budget meeting, but it's not as bad as it seems. I mean, there's a couple of $1 million there that the county's getting reimbursed for.
Right.
It's
For the virtual
very-
academy.
Right. Yes. The sheet before that is your 5,000 and above list. If anybody has any questions about any of those expenditures. The big one is the Southwest Regional Jail Board. And as far as the claims, your early set of claims for this month was $464,802.80. The claims today are $895,293.13. The total claims for the month is $1,407,993.13. $360,095.93. If there's no questions, I would ask for the board to pay the bills.
I'll make a motion that we pay the bills. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, vote by saying aye. Opposed? None opposed.
Next thing I have is the United Way Southwest Virginia Disaster Relief Funding. The county has received $38,241.36 from the United Way Southwest Virginia to assist individuals affected by Hurricane Helene. I've been working with Lana Mullins with DSS to establish a committee for distributing these funds for those that have that specific need. It's pretty specific need. It had to happen during the hurricane. Ms. Mullins, very gracious about it. They're the experts in that kind of stuff as far as people in need. Stated that DSS staff can receive, process, and vet applications. So what we'll do is work out a committee, maybe of 3 people, including Ms. Mullins, someone from the county, one of you guys, if you wanted to be on it, maybe somebody from the Appalachian ARPA, yeah, not ARPA, APCA, yeah. They've changed their name from RED, so, but anyway, we're working on developing that committee, and the applications would come in through DSS, and those employees could process the applications and then submit to the Board of Supervisors for a funding.
What was that amount again?
$38,241.36. And it's in, I've got it in the memo I gave to you too. The funds are allocated for a 24-month period, which means it must be dispersed by December 11th, 2026. Additionally, 5% of the total may be allocated for administrative cost, if we want to do that or not. At this time, I'm requesting the establishment of Fund 1606, which will be titled United Way Relief Fund, and the transfer of the $38,241.36 from the general fund into Fund 1606.
Do I have a motion to create this fund that was listed and move the requisite amount over to that fund?
I'll make. So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Everybody vote by way of saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
The other thing I have is the 10th Annual Southwest Virginia Economic Forum, which is going to be Thursday, May the 22nd, 2025, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Convocation Center at UVA Watts. I gave you a little sheet that has the agenda and the times. I didn't put the location, but it's at UVA Wise at the Convocation Center. Last year, I think Mr. Bricky and I attended. There's no limitation on how many of them could attend, is there, Sally? So if I'll plan on attending. It does ask, if you look it up online, it asks for a registration. So if you guys want to do that yourself, or let me know and let me register for you, either way. If anybody wants to carpool, just let me know, and you can ride with me or meet me over there, whatever you want to do. And anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right, and we have struck 14, County Department Report, EDA, and moved that to the June meeting, which leaves us with Board of Supervisors' comments, requests, and recommendations. Does anybody have any comments, requests, recommendations, anything like that?
I do have my usual update. VDOT, Mr. Sumter mentioned earlier, that they're starting to get back to normal after their winter storms. I did have 7 calls this month requesting follow-up on work orders. And I would like to remind all residents in the county, if you're getting a slow response on your work orders and it's been 2 weeks, no one's called you, just give me a call and I'll be glad to help you. Virginia Housing Mobile Loan Office, that usually sits up in Food City. He won't be there for the next 2 months due to training some employees in Eastern Virginia. It's Virginia Housing. Apca, which you just mentioned, I mentioned this last time, they're remodeling some houses with Habitat for Humanity. They're now for sale in Dungannon at Blueberry Hills. Low-cost, affordable housing. We're talking about a housing that's an opportunity there for that.
I was proud to see that. That was really
Yeah,
nice.
that's good.
Tourism, Brittany Robertson, our tourism director, did schedule a organizational meeting for the nightly lodging operators. We now have 20 operators in the county and I think 29 locations. That's nightly rentals. So if anybody's needing a place to stay in Scott County, we have it. And she's planning on doing some more media coverage on this topic, so you'll be seeing more about it. We do have a new business opening in Nicholsville, projected mid-June. It's a Heritage Table, a restaurant and bakery. So they spent about a year remodeling the property, and it's really nice. So we'll hear more about that mid-June.
Yeah, I saw some of that on social media, and it looks really good.
That's all I have.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? All right.
One other thing I forgot to mention, probably the most important, the man's here today. I mentioned Lisa and Mike last time as contributing to the transparency for the county. But David Hartley with Heritage TV, we don't get to see in front of the TV often, but I think he's been with us 20 years, and I don't think he's missed a meeting in that time period. And he also does the school board. So thank you.
You could walk around.
Yeah, you could get it.
Give us a look.
Time to think about. But thanks, David, for your contribution. That's all I had.
Thank you. All right. With all that being done, we have one item to go into closed session. Let me grab my little blurb we have to read back that. This would be for section 1A, A1 personnel being county administrator. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. On a motion by Darrell Jeter, duly seconded by Michelle Glover, this board hereby enters into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 for A1 personnel county administrator. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, and you can have a little break.
come back into closed session. Whereas the Scott County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires certification by the Scott County Board of Supervisors that such a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Scott County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in a closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Scott County Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, Mr. Diggins.
Mr. Jeter,
Yes.
Ms. Glover,
Yes.
Mr. Skee,
Yes.
Mr. Bricky,
Yes.
Mr. Castile,
Here.
Mr. Manus,
Yes.
and Ms. Abbott.
Yes.
All right. That is the closed session, and we will adjourn to, or we don't need to take any action from the meeting, and we will adjourn to the budget, or adjourn meeting to the budget workshop. All right, let's call to order the budget workshop. Do we want to do the Pledge of Allegiance and prayer again, or are we good? We don't need to, okay.
I mean, if you wanna say a prayer over us trying to get ready to do this budget, I'm all for that.
I did a lot of praying last night, trust me.
Me too.